So, I'm I'm sorry I haven't streamed in quite a while. Um, I do keep trying to be better about it and then failing miserably because one thing or another happens. Life sucks. Um, my life is slowly getting to a better place. Um, I did last year buy a house, and that's been nice. It has increased my bills and made things more difficult. And has required that I pick up more hours at work to compensate said increase in bills, which has hindered my amount of streaming. Um, Today we are simply going to be playing my main, Sir Norton Tarley. Um, Normally I would stream Tarley Streamer. However, because I'm gonna be doing Super Adventure Box, I'd rather do it on my main. He's the one I'm familiar with and the one who has done the most in there. He is also the one that has all the items and everything unlocked. I also want something I'm more familiar with while I am drinking, because I am off today and enjoying my day off, especially since my wife has our kids and I am free to pretty much do my own thing. I have already finished all of the festival stuff in here, so we won't have to worry about those achievements. There are daily achievements that I will be working on doing today, except maybe this one. I hate that one. As well as some others I may try and do that are in the adventure box. I am, however, drinking the hard Mountain Dew. It is not a lot of alcohol. It is very low alcohol content by all things considered. It is a simple 5% alcohol content. So it is not necessarily gonna get me like completely shit-faced. It is going to get me a little drunk though, because I do not necessarily have a super high tolerance for alcohol, mostly because I do not drink much. I did make sure I ate a couple of small sandwiches before I started drinking, so I am not drinking on an empty stomach. As you can see, I'm in Radasum here. This is the portal to Super Adventure Box. I'm actually going to go over here first, now that I think about it. I'm gonna head out to Metrica Province. I've already done the achievement for this, but excuse me. Alcohol tends to give me burps. Each of the starting areas, Radasum, Queensdale, Wayfarer Foothills, Plains of Ashford, and Caledon Forest, all have one of these portals to the Super Ooze Kitchen, which is the new Super Adventure box area place they made this year. It starts out with an event where you have to take green ooze and put it in the cauldron there. Once that is done, then you get to this part where you have to fight a giant yellow ooze, which likes to jump around and cause AoE shock effects that are super easy to dodge and in no way difficult. And it gives okay baubles for the time investment. It only takes a few minutes. And there is an achievement for doing it 5 times. I am now going to go into Super Adventure Box itself. I don't have it on at the half second. However, I will most likely turn on an overlay program I have called Blish. Actually, the race is going on, so I will simply do the race. I'll do the adventure afterwards. There is an adventure for collecting coins that basically follows this same path. But I will do the race real quick just because I missed. It is not difficult. It is just... a lot of it is just knowing the pathing to be able to do it quickly. You just have to make sure you don't miss any of the checkpoint clouds. It's very similar to the Roller Beetle races or the guild races in guild missions, which I don't stream because other people's privacy. But I also don't know if anyone else is actually running this race or not. I assume someone probably is. There's almost always someone running it. So I imagine someone will get first place. It probably won't be me. I missed. There are 2 ways to get back up. The easy way is over here. And even falling, I've got plenty of time to finish the race. It starts with a very long timer. I believe the actual starting timer for the race is 10 minutes. Although, since I don't have my speed boost, this jump just became a lot harder. A lot of times you can hit your head there very easily. The speed boost allows you to jump from the lower platform, which doesn't result in you hitting your head. There's also the fact that it's fun to do this race and the adventure simply because of the transformation you get here in a second, which turns you into a bumble pug. That was not where I wanted to go. Jump up there. Let's go. Come on. This is a Bumble Pug. I am now a Bumblebee Pug thing. And I can now fly around on the map freely. See if I can get that one. Cool. Get up there. There we go. Neat. I'm actually surprised it hasn't said anyone's finished yet. Since the gold for the adventure, which is basically this same thing, is 5 minutes. So, I might actually take first in this if no one's finished in 6 minutes. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. I might take second or third, though. Oh, nope, there's second. Okay. Okay, I probably won't place then. Yeah. Maybe. I did just pass somebody else that looked like they were doing it, and nobody's taken third yet, so... It's definitely a distinct possibility that I take third. Okay, I'm definitely taking third. Because that's the end. For having started almost 2 minutes into it and messing up significantly at one point and falling inside the cave, that is crazy that I took third. Now, you can do the entire race as a Bumble Pug, because you can start the race transformed. However, the adventure, you cannot start transformed. So, this one you have to start off in your normal form. It also doesn't have quite as much roundabout stuff, where you're just going random directions to hit points. I mean, like, I didn't have to jump over to that tree down there. I could just go straight up this way. I don't have to worry about climbing up to that next tree. There's nothing up there. I don't have to hit that one. So, it is a little different. I don't have to go over there. I missed my jump. That's what happens when you're going too fast. I overjumped there because I still had swiftness. So my jump was extended, and I did not account for that. Now, this isn't super difficult once you learn the pathing and the jumps. And now I can show off this, which is way easier, as you can see. Alright. You do turn into a Bumblepug during the adventure as well. Because the coins basically follow the same path as the adventure, or as the race, I mean. This is the adventure. It's not difficult. Oh, hey, there's the race ending. There is a slight difference in difficulty due to the hitboxing on the coins versus the checkpoints, because the checkpoints are basically the cloud up to the higher marker on them, whereas the coins, you have to pretty much actually hit the coin. So it makes it a little more difficult. I will do my best here. I did screw up a little bit, but I will be doing my best to get gold. I can usually get gold without too much issue. Although I've also never necessarily tried to do this while drinking, so we'll see how the alcohol does. Granted, I have not had much. I am still on my first can, which is just a 12-ounce can. So I am only literally like half a can deep. It's not much. I'm going the wrong way. Now I need to go down. I started going for this coin when I needed that one first. And as you can see there, I flew over top of that coin and it did not give it to me. As an example of what I was talking about with the hitboxing, is the checkpoints have larger hitboxes than the coins. That should be the last coin, though. Yeah, even with my mistakes, I still had a solid time. So, as you can see, it's not super difficult to do. You can easily, if you know the route, do it in under 5 minutes. I still had almost 11 full seconds to go, and I made several mistakes. I mean, to emphasize that, my lifetime aim record is 3 seconds faster than what I just did. And the top time is like sub 4 minutes. It's insane. Now, all that really does is give you baubles. If you get gold, it will give you a total of 30 baubles. I am going to go ahead and start going through Super Adventure Box. I'm going to go through this several times. I do apologize if it gets a little repetitive. However, I'm going to do a blitz through, a normal run, and then I am going to kind of hate myself. So, we're going to start with exploration mode. This is the easy mode. It was renamed years ago. Unfortunately, when you start Zone 1, or World 1, Zone 1, in exploration mode, you have to watch this cutscene. There is no way to skip it. It doesn't matter what I do, what I push. I cannot skip this cutscene. That being said, exploration mode was changed the 4th or 5th year of Super Adventure Box. To be called exploration mode. Prior to that, the original release of Super Adventure Box and subsequent years up until it was changed a few years later was actually called infantile mode. Now, exploration mode is easy mode. It has guide hands showing you which direction to go. They do take you on the most direct path. They have these super clouds that give you rainbow bridges to get over obstacles. There are still enemies, however, they drop a lot more healing items, which is food, than they do baubles. As you can see, they still have the hands. This one actually directs you into a shop. If you are doing this as the first time, he will have a bomb there for you to buy, so you can have access to the bomb items. As I said, I'm just going to be doing a blitz through to begin with. I'm not going to be necessarily going out of my way to get anything extra. I'm just going to basically be taking the easy way through. I will show off extra stuff in the subsequent following run, where I go through in normal mode. And when I do normal mode, I will also turn on my Blish pathing. Simply because it will help me a little bit. You also don't actually have to take out any of these enemies. You can actually just run by all of them. Even this one right here, you can technically just run past, trigger this, and go up here. I'm going to turn that to auto cast so I can just automatically attack. And then destroy this cage. The only thing you actually have to do is destroy this cage. Now, it is a little harder to destroy this cage when you are first starting. Because you will just have a stick. I have the nunchucks, which have a faster attack speed and a slightly longer range. So it allows me to do that a little quicker. That is exploration mode, just blitzing to the end of World 1, Zone 1. It takes basically no time. Now, this is the Dark Forest. It's got some bouncy mushrooms there. There's really no reason for them. I don't know why it directs you onto them. You don't have to go on them for anything. And you can just follow the arrows through, or hands through here to get to the first checkpoint. There are a couple of different directions it directs you here. The spiders have a bad habit of predicting which way you're going. As you can see, I'm just following the arrows up on the walls. But they have a bad habit of predicting which way you're going and spinning into you, which is why I stopped there to wait for him to spin. This is another shop. There's really nothing special here. But it is a shop. There are achievements for finding all of the shops. I'm not necessarily showcasing achievements simply because I have them all. It would be very difficult for me to make sure I got everything. Because I would not know when I actually finished the achievement. There are certain things I could do. That would allow for simpler things. Now we're going to go back to using clouds. I got hit by a snake. There is also a shop down here that I'm going to go to. Just want to make sure I attack this mushroom to drop that down to create that mushroom. But there is a shop down here. I'm grabbing this ooze because I want to. This is something you can do in every single level. Where you take the ooze. There's a spot where you can dig up ooze and then take it to an NPC. And he will give you baubles for it. I accidentally dodge rolled, so I lost my ooze. So I'm simply going to continue onward. Usually this is a lot harder, and you have to go up into the trees to get over that stuff and everything. The guy who gets the ooze is right there. I will simply grab that in the next run through and showcase it in normal mode. He actually hit me. How dare he? You can, on these early ones, pretty much just move left and right to dodge his attacks. I actually got hit there because I did not think he was going to have time to get it off. I was totally going to jump in the chest, and... Now, you can do some stuff after. You do have about 20 seconds after you finish the boss to do stuff. So, like, I can go grab those baubles and stuff real quick if I want to. Normally, there wouldn't really be much else you want to do, because you're either just trying to beat the level, or you won't have time to do the other stuff. Alright, in this one, the first thing you want to do is come over here to this shop. He will, in your first run through, have a candle, which will allow you to burn this stuff so it doesn't grab you like this. Now, we're just going to take the clouds through most of this. When I do normal mode, we will actually be spending quite a bit more time in this level, because this one does have an achievement I have not gotten that I do want to try and get for, like, the 5th time. Whoops. Help if I hit the right button. I was definitely using my whip there. Now, this is another level where it's normally a lot harder. Usually you have to go up into the trees and across the mushrooms and stuff to avoid all of this poison water and everything. I simply used the clouds because explorable mode. And that's just how explorable mode goes. You can literally just cloud your way to the end. This is similar. Usually you go through the trees or have to very quickly work your way across those lily pads and poison swamp and stuff, but instead I'm just using the clouds. Even in explorable mode, at the end of this level, there is a boss that you will have to fight. There are also 2 different ways here, a hard way and an easy way. The easy way is literally just clouds all the way. The hard way is a little more entertaining. I'm going to dodge back. Alright, I'm going to grab this moon. That is invisibility. It lets you just run by everything until it wears off. So, this one takes you on these 2 and straight to the end. The other one is just more clouds and a slightly easier path because you don't have enemies or anything to deal with. This is King Toad. What you want to do here is grab a jewel shard from the jewel on his chest by attacking it. For the first one, you just want to grab the jewel shard and run away. Either to get up on one of these clouds if you're playing explorable mode, or to get to one of these rocks if you're in normal mode. When he looks around and opens his mouth like this, you throw the jewel shard into his mouth, and it will stun him, allowing you to actually attack him. And if you can time it right... Whoops, I hit the water there. You can get a second jewel shard without having to wait for him to do this animation again and making the eye through that at the jewel, not his face. That was a mistake. You can jump over these shockwaves that he creates. other than this big one, that big one you cannot jump over. You just have to be out of range, basically. And I should be able to two-cycle him here. So I don't actually need that. If you kill all of these frogs by throwing jewel shards at them, you will actually spawn a NPC that is called the Unimpressed King Frog in the back. He is not targetable and you cannot do anything with him, but he does exist. That is the entirety of World 1 Explorable Mode. So, and as you can see, because we didn't get started right away, it took me maybe half an hour or less to do that entire world in Explorable Mode. And even normal mode is only slightly slower. If you just blitz to the end the way I was there. The actual thing here for this bonus round is to attack that minecart to get baubles from it. However, there are 3 spots to it, so you will get 3 numbers when you attack it. It will show 3 damage numbers. If you don't do anything to it, this guy gives you 1 bauble. So, yeah. You can get a lot more than that by attacking it when it's targetable. So, it's more beneficial to just destroy it than to wait the entire time for him to come out. Huh, weird. Okay. So, now we're going to go through World 2 in Explorable Mode. Now, what I'd normally be doing here is the annual achievements. What I would have just completed the annual World 1 warm-up. I just completed that, again, technically, by doing all 3 zones in Explorable Mode. What we're going to be doing now is World 2 warm-up, which is the same thing, Explorable Mode. There is also the annual Zone Runner, which is just running the zones, any difficulty, 16 times. That we're technically working on for all of those. Super Oozbaker is the one tied to the Super Adventure Box Ooze Kitchen. You simply do the Ooze Kitchen 5 times because each one has 2 events, and you will get the achievement. It's quick, easy, takes less than an hour. The rest of the annuals that I have already completed are doing all 3 zones in World 1 in normal mode, World 2 in normal mode, and then simply doing World 3. World 3 does not have different modes. It is just a test area. It's the thing I'll explain when I run it later. Then the annual Flight of the Bumblepugs I already did. I didn't mention it earlier. That is completing either the race event or the adventure in under 5 minutes. I actually did that twice. I completed both the race and the adventure in under 5 minutes each. Took me like, I don't know, 9.5 minutes to do both. But, anyways. The annual nostalgia is for completing the daily coursework 3 or like 5 times or something. Or no. Sorry. That's the one for completing this achievement each year. So, this is repeatable. However, you can only do it once a year. Just like the other festivals that I've showcased on stream have a similar one. All of which their maximum achievement requires 20 years of earning. So, yeah. The rest of these are just miscellaneous stuff. Course load is the one I was just talking about. It's completing the daily Super Adventure Box tab for 8 times. And it is repeatable. You'll get achievement points up to 5 times for repeating it. After that, you will just get the Super Adventure Weapon Box each time. Ooze herding is for returning an ooze to the ooze farmer in each zone. As you can see, I have not delivered one in World 2 Zone 2 or World 2 Zone 3 yet, because they suck and they're hard as hell. Unintended coursework it involves destroying a glitch in each area. I will showcase those in normal mode. The weekly is basically just finish each zone once a week while the event is going on, and you will get these items. Realistically, you only need to complete 4 of them to get the Super Rainbow Cloud Weapon, which is really the better of the 2 rewards. This is just junk. The other 2 annuals here are for completing World 1 and World 2 in Tribulation mode or Hard mode. I have not done those ever, because that mode is basically impossible. I mean, it's not actually impossible. It's just, it is ridiculously unfair, and it is, as much as I hate using it as a comparison because I don't particularly care for how they have it done and how people portray the difficulty of the games, because they're not necessarily legitimately difficult. They're difficult because of bullshit. Tribulation mode is basically like Souls difficulty. It's like the Souls games difficulty, basically. If you want to spend a lot of time learning the pathing and the mechanics of everything, it becomes fairly easy and doable. However, if you don't, you're basically going to find it impossible to actually finish it. I can finish World 1 Zone 1 Tribulation Mode without too much difficulty. World 1 Zone 2, I have never finished. I have never actually finished that one. I don't understand how people do. There are spots that, to me, are just bad design. Not that the difficulty is overly hard or that it's unfair in terms of, like, the movement or anything like that. But the placement of certain things and stuff is just complete and utter bullshit. There's a shop back there that I'm ignoring, by the way. Now, oddly enough, the bear's attacks, even though it looks like I'm standing on a fire field, it does nothing unless I try to cross the line. If I tried to walk across that yellow circle in any way, it would have hurt me. But as long as I'm either inside the circle or outside the circle, it does nothing. Alright. And again, this is easy mode. So, in normal mode, there'd be a lot more difficulty. These clouds do not exist in normal mode. I am also blitzing past stuff. I accidentally hit my healing potion. And like World 1, the first two zones of World 2 simply have you attacking the cage. Now, the head does get a new attack in World 2 where it will laugh and then do a circular beam around the entire cage that blows up the ground surrounding it. That can't hurt you in easy mode if you are on this cloud. However, in normal mode, that can be a very annoying attack to deal with because you have to back up like all the way to the edge or onto these squares that are off the side and then move back up to attack the cage. And it can get tedious and drag the fight out a little bit. buy another heal potion just so I have my full 9 again. Alright. Now we're simply going to continue on our path. I hate these stupid assassins. There we go. Now, ironically, there are actually quicker ways to complete this level than using the clouds in certain spots. Always make sure you go around that. There are darts that will hit you and do damage to you. So, it's problematic. But, like, here, it is actually quicker just to go this way and avoid a lot of those assassins and everything than it is to actually take those clouds. Which is very weird, but for whatever reason they felt the clouds were going to be inefficient there. This is also, the cloud is right there. However, in this case, if you actually come around this way, you do need the hand that you get later on in the level. Or actually, you might have gotten it just before or no, you do get it later. But as long as someone has the hand to move that, although you might be able to get up here without it. I missed. There we go. This is the shortcut eagle. He is actually faster than following the clouds and stuff through the level. I'm going to stand here on his head. Now, the reason you want to stand on his head is because it protects you from all these owls. If you aren't on his head, you can actually get hit by those owls, and they will hurt you and potentially knock you off of the shortcut eagle, which is super weird. But, so, just jump on his head and then kind of just chill out for a minute. Alright. And now we just want to run back over here and drop down onto this cloud right here. And again, whoever pushed the block to get you guys to the shortcut eagle will have to trigger the thing there. Come on, get up there. So that it will lower this bridge. Now, for easy mode, as long as you are standing on the cloud, like I am, you'll be fine. There's also the fact that unless he does his circle attack, he only attacks in the 4 cardinal directions on the flat sides. He won't attack the diagonal sides. So unless he does the full circle spin, you are perfectly safe on one of the 4 diagonal walls. And that's it. That's World 2 Zone 2. In easy mode using the clouds. Alright. Now, this is World 2 Zone 3. It is the final zone of World 2 and has the boss, the Storm Wizard. You will also notice that there was, for 2-1, a thing adventuring 201 here that did not complete. The adventuring achievements, as well as the... Actually, ooze might be doable. But the adventuring one definitely. You cannot do in easy mode. It does not count it if you do it in exploration. You have to do it in normal mode. You can also do it in tribulation mode, but honestly, if you're doing dailies and you're remotely considering doing tribulation mode, you've got bigger issues. There's something clearly wrong with you. Now, this is a store where you can actually buy an upgrade to your candle to turn it into the torch. In normal mode, this is covered by ice, and you can't get through it without the torch. There is a harder way where you can avoid getting and using the torch if you want to go around this way. However, that also means you don't get the checkpoint. Because that checkpoint is also behind the ice wall that you have to take down. I don't actually remember where the ooze person is in this one. We actually went past where the ooze is. Technically, it's back over to our left right now. The ooze is actually over there. You can see it from here. We're also going to spawn next to it right here. The problem with this... One, you're going to spawn multiple oozes because they're all so close together. The second problem is... Okay, well, I'm going to kill myself and go back to the checkpoint. The other problem with the ooze is they can't go through the teleporters. So you have to do everything the hard way. And climb the mountain completely without teleporters. I'm also zoning a little. Which I tend to do when I'm drinking. Okay. Now, the ooze guy, if I remember correctly, is up this way. I need to heal. I'll probably end up using several of those. But, so you have to, like, work your way around all of this. And all of this while not dying from the ooze doing damage. So, I will do my best here to do this, but I'm going to make zero promises. I am hitting that wall, and it is causing me problems. There we go. I missed my jump. Come on, ooze. Thank you. I should not have done that. I got greedy. That was 100% greed. Okay. Back to the beginning. All of that was for nothing. I just really felt like wasting my potions there. I'm also partially drunk, which is not helping anything. I fell. I need to slow down, take my time, and actually do this. I'm trying to rush and get back up where I was because I don't want people watching to be stuck watching stuff they've already seen a dozen times, which I don't know why. People seem to always like watching other people fail things, so this is actually getting mildly expensive, if you're wondering. because each health potion I use actually does cost me 25 baubles to replace. Okay, why am I not making that? Alright. I fell all the way back to the beginning again. Alright. I am, at this point, just going to climb as far as I can. Because I know for a fact I don't have enough health potions left to do this. I am not good enough at it, as you can probably tell. And that is my last health potion. I need to remember where I'm going from here. It's this way. Corner. There we go. Okay. The guy is up there somewhere. However, at the next tick, I am going to die. So, yeah. So, he is up there. I am going to run back over this way now. If I had more potions, I might have been able to do that, but I messed up too much in the beginning. Now, I could backtrack to a store and go buy potions, but, I will attempt that in non-easy mode when I have more potions. But the rest of this is basically, for easy mode, the rest of this is basically just follow the happy face hands and run up the clouds. You do have a mini boss here that you have to fight. It is a Yeti. As you can see, I'm missing him with my bombs. And even on the rainbow here, he can hit me. And I can only hit him from here when my skills are recharged. And it takes a little while for them to recharge. So trying to do it from a distance here to do it safely is rather time consuming. Especially as the snowballs he spawns, the big ones, not the small ones he throws, will block your attacks. You can use the small bombs and slingshot if you wish to spend the baubles to do so. And it will damage him, but and he does give you a 20 bauble when you beat him, so as long as you use less than 20 baubles to kill him, you can make baubles doing it. Alright, this is the Storm Wizard. To be able to do this fight, it does require you to have the push ability from the previous level to be able to push his attacks back at him. And for the first part of this fight, that is entirely what you are doing. You are literally just pushing his attacks back at him. He will eventually, and while he is moving, be vulnerable to physical attacks. I mistimed that because I accidentally clicked to change it. When he is moving, he is vulnerable, as you saw there. And eventually he will do this, where he starts flying towards you and attacking you just physically himself. Bombs, arrows, stuff like that don't work while he's got his electric shield on. So don't bother wasting your time. Oh god, he's way over there. Alright, once he's down to like 1 or 2%, he will jump back to the middle, start talking about how you think you've won, but you really haven't. Now he's going to change into his true form, which is this big cloud dragon thing that will he'll electrify the middle platform. Well, he'll electrify the... I got knocked down? Weird. I've never been knocked off that. Normally, in easy mode, you can stand on these clouds without taking damage. I don't know why I was taking damage on them. They're literally supposed to be safety spots. Eventually, he will drop down, come up, and destroy one of the platforms. He then falls here in the middle, and you can start damaging him. If you can do enough damage, you can technically one-cycle him with 2 people. it does require two people to one cycle him. You cannot one cycle him by yourself. The second cycle, however, is easier than the first for easy mode because you can jump on the cloud that goes over to where the broken platform is, and nothing can get to you because the lightning that hits the outer platform won't strike where the missing platform is. The lightning balls that show up to try and hit you can't come up the cloud, and you are too far away to get hit by the lightning in the middle there. And when he dives down, he cannot come up in a spot that has no platform. Unless you have cycled it long enough that all the platforms have been destroyed, at which point you're dead anyways. Now, that is the end of World 2. Now, we are going to get teleported to a bonus area here, which I think is stupid. And I don't take part in. Breaking the cart, I will actually take part in. This one, however, I do not take part in. It is really dumb. You get dropped into this pit. There's a bunch of robbers that will attack you. They do 0 damage. All they do is steal your baubles. And he had stolen one of mine, so I wanted it back. However, you can simply come up here and they cannot hit you. You, however, can blow them up with bombs if you have the big bombs. And then we're done. And it'll teleport us back to the start of Super Adventure Box. Now, originally, that was the end of Super Adventure Box. That's all the farther it went. It was done as an April Fool's joke. And that's all there was to it. It was much more popular than they anticipated. So they ended up bringing it back again later. Expanding on it and adding more things. Such as Tribulation Mode, the World 3 testing area. This year they added the Ooze Kitchen. And due to the popularity, they simply made it an annual event. Which is truly remarkable and a wonderful example of... That is a title you do not see very often. Wow. If you're curious, that title comes from here. Or, no. World... Is that one PvP or World vs. World? Might be World vs. World. I believe that's this one. Once you get all the way to the end of it. This one? Nope. It's gotta be PvP then. Yeah. Champion Series. It is for completing these. For getting proofs of glory through high placement, which means they're really good at PvP. That is not a title you see very often. Good for them. Anyways, I got sidetracked by the title. It is a wonderful example of game developers truly listening to their fan base and their players. I am not going to move on to World 3 quite yet. I know I've done World 1 and 2. However, I'm going to come up here and turn on my pathing. I am going to turn off tribulation mode, however, because I do not want tribulation mode on currently. So, now I'm going to go back to World 1. And we're going to take a short break, actually, because I need to deal with a couple of text messages from work. So that's fun. I will be right back. Plus, we've been going for like an hour and a half, and I could use a break for a second. Okay, I am back. I have dealt with the work text messages. Not that I probably should have. I probably should have just directed them to one of the others, since I'm drinking. But, and I have finished my first beer. I do have another one sitting here that is, a Mountain Dew Baja Blast that I have not, opened yet, which I'm debating if I want to open or not. As you can see, I turned on my Blish pathing, which gives me directions to certain things. In this case, a hidden secret, some bauble. It directs me to all of the baubles. This secret I already have, so it won't give me anything here, but you can dig up a secret there. Then, of course, the hidden room and the chest are along these paths. The blue path is for the baubles, which is why it comes over here, is because there's a bauble here. To get in here, you will have to use a bomb. And then it is a fun platforming section. I jumped early. Now, these foot icons are indicating where you should jump and land. And there's a 5 bauble. Now, there are achievements for getting all of the baubles in each level. Baubles dropped from enemies not counting, because those are random and subjective to whether the enemy is killed, and if it spawns health food or bauble. And as you can see, there's another detour over here, which is a hidden room that again requires a bomb. This one simply has a 5 bauble literally sitting in the middle of the room, and that's it. Now, some of this is going to look remarkably similar to easy mode. Some of it, like this, will not. There are baubles on each of those trees. As well as the tree over here. Now I'm going to actually run back, just to show you that's the only path there. Whop. Yeah, like, if this one had dropped a bauble for someone else, it would mess up me getting all of them, so those ones don't count, but... Alright, so then the normal path comes here. There's a bauble, a dig spot. There's a hidden room over here, which is the store. You can break the pots and everything in here for baubles and healing items. These also do not count towards getting all of the baubles, because again, they are subjective. They may or may not be baubles. Alright, now let's go to the dig spot, the bauble, and the chest. All of which are up here. At least they start out coming up this way. I need to figure out which one of these monkeys I need to kill. This one. Which monkey drops the key is completely random. One of those three monkeys, or this monkey down here, will always have a key. Or, sorry, one of those four or the one down there. One of those 5 monkeys will always have a key. Excuse me. Now, there are 2 dig spots over here. Now, the reason I didn't do this in explorable mode is because the dig spots do not work in explorable mode. Now, this symbol here means it wants you to do a dodge jump, which I failed at. So, there's also a hidden room and baubles over here anyways. I missed one. The one thing I don't like about this is that they have the bauble icons, and I'm gonna actually turn those off, I think. No, not signs. There we go. That's what I want. I want to turn off the bubbles. Yeah, I think that's just the hidden room itself. Okay, let's head back up here. And miss my jump again because boss. Okay, now what you're normally supposed to do is actually jump from here. I missed. Alright, you're annoying me. You're also annoying me. There. Now, I have to listen to things attacking at random. Hello? There is an easy way. I was trying to do it the hard way. You can also just come up this way, and it's much easier to get up there. I was just trying to make it faster and actually jump across. Did I dig up a bunny? I did. I can't hit the bunny from there. There we go. Goodbye, bunny. Okay. Alright. Now, there is another way to get up here by jumping up over there, and that's where the actual detour signs are. However, you can simply use the checkpoint launch to get up here much quicker and easier. And there's the baubles here, and then she will give you an item if you have a different item. She is part of a trade quest, which I guess I can pull up. She is a part of this trade quest to get a new upgrade. The extra tiara is what you dig up at the beginning of this. The auspicious hat you get here. Then in the next area you get a majestic crown, and in the hub you can get a secret key, which then in the third area lets you unlock a chest to get an incredible reward. There we go. There is no real way to actually work your way back from there. Anyways. All of these bumbled or bee dogs will go along this detour, which we're going to follow and actually partake of. There is a bauble over here you need to get if you are trying to get all of the baubles for that achievement. Which, depending on what achievement you're working on, I definitely recommend turning on specific paths and not having, like, all of them on like I do. Because having them all on is much more difficult. I also recommend having a torch here, because there's a lot of dangerous things here that will instantly kill you, such as these spike traps and all of these explosive barrels that I missed. I still missed. Fine. I hit the spike. I disagree. Okay. You can somewhat know which ones you need to follow for each thing, because they are slightly different color. The bauble one is blue, the honeycomb one is the furniture coin one is more of like an aqua color. There it is. I disagree? I clearly jumped and somehow hit the spikes halfway across the thing? What? Okay. Thanks, game? Again, what? I was clearly in midair. How? I guess I can explain this. These are your health. Most things will do either half or a full heart. I don't know how to unlock the sixth one. It doesn't technically exist right now. Then you have your number of lives, which can range anywhere from 0 to 99. You have the number of baubles you currently have, which in my case is 360. The maximum you can carry to start with is 250. Which is only true in terms of what you can have on you in Super Venture Box. If you go out and throw them in the bank, it will let you get more. However, if you bring the ones from the bank in here, it will not let you pick up anymore. It will consider them picked up, but will not actually award them to you. Like, it won't even put them in your inventory. They just don't exist. I am also botching this horribly. I don't remember last time I had this much difficulty getting through here. There we go. And these are fancy furniture coins. And that is actually how you get back out, is that way. But honestly, killing yourself is usually quicker and easier. But that is that area, and what is at the end of it. I really need to go to my guild hall and do something with those coins, because I have a lot of them. Grab that bauble. Kill this monkey. Now, I'm going to come over here. This is not something you have to do. This is a completely optional thing. I'm going to throw a bomb over there, which will hit that crystal, which will spawn those platforms to come over here and climb up these ones that I fell. Alright. Kill the monkey. I can re-hit the crystal. It's not a one-off thing, so... And that brings you up here. This is the glitch for World 1, Zone 1. I'm going to destroy it to be able to get the glitch chest at the end. And then I'm going to come down here. Keep in mind, I'm going to be coming back over here several times. because I tend to do things in weird orders. This is the queen bee. She is guarding a honeycomb that we want to destroy. She has several attacks. That will give me double damage, which makes this a lot easier. As you can see, her spin attack and her shooting bee dogs out of her mouth does a full heart of damage in both cases. She is actually guarding this honeycomb, which surprisingly I don't have the pathing turned on for, which is weird. Why don't I have the pathing turned on for this? That is weird. I should. The reason there wasn't one for the glitch is because I don't have it turned on, just like I don't have the oozes turned on. Dig spots, bobbles, normal route. Huh. Weird. I don't know why there isn't a honeycomb one. There should be. Anyways. The ooze for this area is over here. I can dig one up real quick and grab it. It's not, I'm not going to be able to make it all the way to where the ooze goes. I am just kind of using this as a death tool. Hopefully. I'm hoping I can get over here. Okay, right here is invulnerability. Which, while it does not last long, does last long enough to take out those monkeys. Now, the actual ooze guy is over here. There we go. I actually did make it with 2 hearts. Nice. Okay. So, he will give you 5 baubles for an ooze if it is not the daily. If it is the daily, he will give you 30 or 50 baubles. I forget which. That is a successful dodge jump. This is me just murdering snakes to get them out of my way. Alright. Now I need a bomb. There we go. And this is a 10 bauble. That's all that's in here. Just a 10 bauble. That's that entire detour. And there is another hidden room detour over here. Which isn't necessarily a super hidden room. It's literally just a shop. Which I am going to spend a bunch of baubles at refilling my health potions. Now, for me to buy the maximum number of health potions from 0 like that costs 225 baubles. So, it's a lot. Now, I should have successfully gotten all of the baubles in the zone so far. I don't think I've missed any. There is furniture coins this way. There's also an invisibility thing here. Let me kill them. Now I can throw this. Thought it was there. What? Come on. It might be. That one might actually be the tribulation only one. There is one furniture store that is tribulation mode only. It's super weird, but it requires the ground being open, and having the lava pit that you can fall into and die be open. Alright, now, if I actually got all of the baubles... Yeah, there we go. Wow, you found all of the baubles. She will tell me that I found them all. And now we just have to break the cage. Alright, and 1 and 2. That is both the Glorious and the Glitch chest. Neither of which really had anything cool in it. The Glorious one had the 2 baubles and a continue coin. The glitched one just had an extra continue coin. And if you are wondering, I do have some peanut butter cookies that I am eating to help offset the alcohol as well. so I'm not just drinking without food. Now, in this case, you do actually have to go across all of these mushrooms to get all of these baubles. If you actually want the achievement for getting all of the baubles. Then there are sneaks here that will shoot you in the back because they suck. Well, you try to go over here to the hidden room and the dig spot. Now, all that hidden room has is a mushroom to bounce you back out and 5 bauble. Now, here we also have a detour path for baubles because there's some that are just out in these woods for no real reason. There is also a dig spot detour, which ends up leading you over here to dig up this 20 bauble chest. That single bauble was just dumb luck on me digging it up. And that's the end of the bauble path there. You then have to work your way back over here and then take the dig path detour that way. Now, this one is significantly longer. Than World 1, Zone 1. I do not recommend going to the chest quite yet. Simply because you do want to kill these enemies. Because one of them... One, you also want to take that bauble route so you can get the baubles. But you can also then go to do this dig spot because it's kind of out of the way and doesn't really lead to anything else. Same thing here. If you follow this path a little further, there's another dig spot detour that leads over here to this tree. Now we're going to go up and actually just come through here. Yeah, I failed. Okay, we're going to go up. We're going to come through here and go kill this monkey for no reason whatsoever because he did not have the key. Now, I'm actually going to go this way, where rather than follow the path that it says. Alright, and we're going to stop here where we're safe and take a quick break. Okay. Now that I've dealt with the phone call, and I did go fill my water bottle. So I do have water. along with this beer that I'm opening. So, the reason I came up this way was to kill that monkey. Which was entirely because that monkey, this monkey that I just killed, and this monkey over here can all hold keys. None of them did, which is annoying, because it means one of the other monkeys has the key. Or one of the spiders does. Alright, we are going to go attack this to drop that seed down. I am then going to drop down so I can go kill this spider. Okay, he did not have my key. Key should not be in this barrel. This should be swiftness. Okay, none of the spiders have my key. None of the monkeys have my key. Where is my key? Who has my key? Does this monkey have my key? No, that monkey has cheese. Where is my key? One of these enemies has to have the key. Swear to God, if it's this monkey, I'm gonna be pissed. No, which means it's one of the ones up there. Are you freaking kidding me? Jesus. Why, game? Way to hit your head. Stop hitting your head on the leaf. Thank you. Alright, well. We're taking the fun route here. Alright, I forgot I gotta go over here first. You know what? I may just buy a key because it's quicker and easier. And it's not like I don't have the baubles. Give me this key. Alright, now that I spent 25 baubles. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5, 6. 7. 8, 9. Okay, that's 9 of my baubles back. Alright, let's go get this chest now. So dumb. I don't feel like going that way. That's what the mushroom is for. Alright. Now, we can go over here. There's a bauble here. There's a treasure chest down here at the bottom that has 40 baubles in it. 10, 11, 12, 13, counting the one up top. 14, 15, 16. Okay, so that's 16 baubles, not counting the 40 in the chest. Obviously, the 40 in the chest simply pay for the key, but... That's annoying. I hate the fact that I had to buy a key. $17. $18. Okay. What we're going to do now is a whole bunch of weird stuff. The main path is actually up this way. There is a whole bunch of stuff that leads off. We're gonna start by going this way. Actually, I'm gonna start by doing the bauble path now that I think about it. Because the bauble path is going to be more efficient. I swear, if one of these monkeys has a key, I'm going to be upset. Okay. This room has 25 baubles in it, which is nice. Basically pays for our key that we bought. This is another shop. Alright, at this point I've gotten enough baubles from enemies and breaking furniture and stuff that also we will be doing this one shortly. Okay, that's that bauble detour. Now we're gonna take this dig site detour. and go over this way, because this dig site detour actually leads to the honeycomb as well. Okay, now this is the elite skill Moto's Breath. It takes a little while to charge, so I don't use it very often, but it does stun the enemy. There we go. Alright, that is the Daily Environmental Science 102. Come on. Get up there. Okay. And here's the dig spot, which is a 50. So, it is worth coming up here. Although, strictly speaking, it's not necessary. This being World 1-2, I have actually, without getting that dig spot, successfully gotten the achievement awarded for getting all of the baubles. So that is not, strictly speaking, required for the achievement, nor is it required for the dailies that are get X number of dig spots, because there are enough that you don't need that one. I am mostly killing these monkeys just because I wanted to see if they had a key. Which is the same reason I'm going to go back and kill these ones. Except I hit my head and fell. But I am going to go over and kill these monkeys, because I really want to know which monkey had my key. I want to know just how far into this level I had to go to get that key for the chest that I bought. The answer is forever, because that is like all of the monkeys, at least all of the early monkeys. Alright, so it is a deep key. Screw you too, game. Now, I could grab that swiftness, but one, I don't need it. Two, I don't really want it because it screwed me up a little. That one had the key. Are you kidding me? I had to go that deep to get the freaking key? Alright. Now, keep in mind... that may or may not be true. I mean, that is the minimum depth I had to go to get the key for free. But I still have to find a second key. Because there is a second chest over that way. Which we are now going to work our way towards and use this key. We'll come back for that detour stuff there in a minute. Because the other chest is over here. Now, I have all of the expanded, all of the expansion accessories for bauble capacity. So I can carry at maximum 1,000 baubles in my inventory. So I don't necessarily have to worry about running out of bauble space. It would require me to start at a very high amount to actually hit 1,000 in a single level. The odds of me actually hitting that are slim to none. Are you a key monkey? You are not a key monkey. Okay. Okay. Now, there is baubles down there, along with a bunch of spiders. There's also a dig spot over here. I'm actually going to go down and get the spiders first, because as you can see, there's a path there. Now, there is an invisibility power up here, which makes this much easier and safer. And you can grab all of these and just peace out before the spiders even see and can think about attacking you. You can also just kill all of the spiders, but that's annoying. I fell between them. Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? Fuck me. I did say earlier that this one was significantly longer than the first one to get everything. You can also take a safer path there walking around that tree branch and achieve the same thing that I'm doing by jumping there. If you are not comfortable with jumping between those leaves. In this case, one, because the power-up is gone, and two, because I have no reason to go down there, I am skipping the spider section. And we are just going over here. And killing all of these monkeys to see if they have keys. This monkey had the second key. Which means because this monkey is technically in this checkpoint area, physically, that's the key that's supposed to go to the chest I bought one for. So, I legitimately had to go past the next checkpoint, past 2 different paths to continue on to the next section, and could have 100% went into the second checkpoint past that even, and loop back around up into a completely optional area to get the key for that chest without having to buy the key. That is ridiculous. And then after getting said key, having done all that bullshit run around, I would have had to go all the way back to where that chest is over there. Wunderbar. Alright, anyways. Now we can just continue on this way with a random key that serves no purpose now because I've opened all the chests. Hello? Jump? Thank you? Jeez, oh Pete's. Alright. Now let's actually go the way we're supposed to. There we go. Checkpoint. Now that drops that down there. This is where the the store was that I bought the key. This is also where the ooze are. And as you can see, I got hit there. You also drop anything you are carrying when you pick up the ooze. I also need to go over here for a dig spot. Now, because I am low on health, I am going to go turn this ooze in first. Oh, right. I forgot I need to go up this way. Alright. We're going to potion. Forgot I need to go over here. There we go. There we go. That's the ooze guy. And then that's the dig spot detour there. Now I'm going to backtrack a little and take out some of these enemies before killing myself. Overshot. Hate when I do that. I already did that. I don't need to go up there. Okay. This is, of course, a shop that has no one in it. Now, the shopkeeper here supposedly went out to check the water, which is poisonous. This water here specifically. Which we're gonna bomb. And here is the shopkeeper who will continue that trade quest with the hats. This is another fancy furniture coin shop, which for some reason the shopkeeper, she just stands in the poisonous water and gives no shits. Okay, now we've got a hidden room and bauble path this way. Which is annoying because it is actually over here and I fell too far. So I'm going to kill myself and try again. Okay. Well, let's try this again. There we go. I stepped off and did not jump because I'm dumb. Also, it sounds like my wife and kids are home. Okay, this hidden room has a bunch of destroyable items in it. And most importantly, this 20 bauble. Now, to get out of here, there are two ways. One, you kill yourself. Two, you go over there and hit a mushroom to jump back up that will take you back up to the normal area. But that is the secret stuff that's over there, so we're done going that way. I am not doing those jumps again. What I am going to do is come over here and hit this crystal and go this way. And then go try and do it again faster. There we go. Alright, now we're going to come down here to this teleporter. And that takes us up here. Which is where the glitch is. Teleporter is over there, by the way. Alright, we are perfectly safe here, so I will be right back. Okay. And we're continuing. I didn't jump far enough. I definitely should have landed on that leaf. Weird. I would hope so. I used it on him 2 days ago. Said I would hope so. I used it on him 2 days ago. And there are 2 dig spots here. And now that we are here, we are going to come over here. We're going to come up here. Grab the bauble. Okay, and fancy coins. Yes, buddy. But Okay, killing myself is gonna be the fastest thing there. Okay. Now I need to be very careful here and do this correctly. That is not careful. There. Okay, now normally from the hidden room over there, you would jump around the way I tried earlier. Come over here and jump on this mushroom to get back here. I am coming back this way because I need to go back and take a different path from much farther back. Alright, come up here. Okay. Now we're going to go all the way back this way. Over here, and we're going to jump and miss my jump. Alright, so we want to get up here, go over here, then down this way. This is the shortcut worm. He will let us basically go to the end of the level. Yes, buddy. Go eat your chicken nuggets. Yeah, go eat your chicken nuggets, buddy. Edward, go watch TV. Go watch your show and eat your chicken nuggets, buddy. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Come on. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. That is all 8. Alright. And that takes care of that. There. That will give me a mushroom to get back up here. Let's go talk to Betty. Wow, you found all the baubles. There you go. Cool. Okay. So, that is all the baubles. Okay, glitch chest, glorious chest. For the lulls, because there's 15 seconds left, I'm gonna kill myself. Now, if you do somehow die as you kill him, these rainbow clouds spawn and run you straight up there. Alright. Now we have the final area, World 1, Zone 3. Now, without the clouds, you have to do a lot of platforming. It doesn't really matter which way you go here. The overlay pathing takes you around the other side, but you can go either way. I messed that up. Okay, while I'm right here, I'm gonna just grab this bauble real quick. Plus I can then jump over here and not have to go around. Now, you don't actually need to dodge jump there like it says. There is a dig spot over this way that you need to use the bombs to get to. It is, like, super far over here. And this is actually the path to the hidden item you can get after, or at the end of the fetch quest chain thing. I'm going to die. There we go. I don't need to be up there. Okay. Okay. There is also a 1-up up here, not that it really does much, but there's a 1-up. Both of these give 50 baubles, making it well worth it. There's also a bunch of snakes and poison water down there that you really have no reason to go into when you can come up over top. That is the secret chest that you get the item from. And is the end of that fetch quest chain. And then you want to drop back down here. Well, you can't drop back down there. You have to run back out, which is what all the snakes and stuff are there to stop you from doing with the poison water and everything. And I missed. Let's grab potions to restock my supply. Let's then go back up here. I hadn't intended to have to redo this a third time, but apparently a fourth time too. Okay, I am sucking hard today. Okay, let's take a second. Slow down. Slow my roll. Recenter. Okay, weird. That should have worked. That was a correctly timed jump. This is why it says dodge jump there, is because it is slightly more consistent with a dodge jump. But dodge jumps are also harder to do, and I am honestly just jumping late. My timing is off. I should not be trying to do precision jumping while drunk. Well, okay, I'm not actually drunk, but I shouldn't be trying to do precision jumping while drinking. I really cannot make this right now. Okay, let's just so I don't accidentally drop into these things. There. I'm surprised I haven't landed in the middle of that plant yet. Alright, let's just... Yeah, it's kind of what I expected when I try to dodge jump. I mistime it. Okay. My stuff is horribly skewed right now. I should probably try to sober up a little. There we go. But I also have half a can of beer left, so there we go. Just had to stop thinking about it and just do it. Alright, now we got a whole bunch of stuff that we're gonna do here. Including the honeycomb, which is over this way. I'm also going to wait here for these bee dogs. Okay, pretty sure that's the last one. There aren't any bubbles in here, so we can just go. I do want this damage increase though, not that it will do me much good, but a little bit. Dang. I was mid-potion. I hate you. The good thing about the queen bee dog is she does not regain health. So she will still be at whatever she was at when we get back over there. There are also a couple more toads hiding at dead ends in this maze that you can run into that I kind of just avoided because, one, I have my overlay, and two, I know the path. There we go. Cool. Now, this level, because I started with such a high amount from the previous level, I will actually cap out my baubles in this level. Edward, that's enough! Okay. Now to the easy dig spot right here. Okay, and dig spot here. Okay, now moving on. Now, when we did this earlier, you saw me just blast through here on clouds and stuff. This time, we cannot do that. Because we have a lot of baubles to get and stuff. And monkeys to kill, so they're not in my way. Plus, one of them, again, has a key. Which, I don't know which monkey has the key, but... But a monkey up here somewhere has a key. Okay, it's none of these monkeys. Okay. Hey, made it first try. There's a bauble way up here that is super easy to miss. So, that's a thing. Now, because this is a daily, we will be just going into the shops and destroying the furniture, but the big thing we are looking for right now is okay, that monkey had the key. Excellent. Now, the problem with this is we cannot use our torch while we are holding the key. I disagree.
Edward, stop! Come on. Give me a minute.
Okay. That was different. Now, we can drop the key to be able to use the torch if we actually need to. Okay.
You have to give me a minute. Come on. Let me in. Come on. Edward, no, please. Not right now. Hold on. Hold on. Out of the bathroom, please.
Okay, now we need to go over here to get the chest. Buddy, you gotta be patient. No, do not touch that. That turns off Daddy's computer. Can you go watch your show?
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Hold on a minute, buddy. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Okay. Okay. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. There we go. Okay, cool. That finishes our daily coursework as well as our interior design. Alright, I am going to actually hold this, set the bomb, and then burn the carpet so that it all triggers at the same time. Now, oddly enough, this shopkeeper here sells a bauble that is worth 50 baubles for 25. However, I have never found a way to actually buy it. Because I know I'm going to get plenty of baubles anyways. Even if I buy this one that is worth 10 several times to get myself where buying this one would not put me over my cap, I still cannot buy it. I can, however, buy the one worth 1 for 25 as well as the one for 10 for 25. And this is another hidden furniture shop. So, it's weird, but yeah. He sells baubles down there, but only if you're willing to lose baubles to interact with him. It's super weird. Okay, that definitely, like, ricocheted to hit me. I call shenanigans of the highest level. Okay, I'm gonna actually just kill myself in the poison here, because it'll get me back up to the checkpoint where I need to be. Alright, now I hit the edge of the leaf? What? Sure, I guess. I don't know. I'm so confused on that one. That was just me being bad. That unicorn thing is my finisher. That is me GGing to just instantly kill myself. Because it is honestly faster. Much like this is faster than going the other way that they want you to. And I don't really care about lives in the least. Because I have this infinite continue coin, which allows me to basically, if I reach game over, which means I die with 0 lives left, I will go to the game over area where I can use a continue coin to get lives. Although with my infinite continue coin, I can return back to where I was and continue with 99 lives as many times as I want. Really? That's the one I get hit on. Okay. Now, one of these monkeys is going to have a key. The problem is, some of these monkeys are standing on leaves that disintegrate and fall if you step on them. Also, the key could be with any monkey that is in this checkpoint area, which means it could be one of these monkeys back here. Which means I basically, to find this key, have to kill every single monkey in this area. Okay, I'm coming over here because I know there are baubles I need to drop down and get over here anyways. Okay. So, there. That takes care of that. Die toad. Die monkey. Okay. Okay, now that we're back over here. Did I miss any monkeys? Just that one and that one. Okay. Alright, let's check these monkeys first. This monkey is safe. This monkey I'm going to bow. Maybe. There we go. Okay, it is not that monkey. That monkey stands on a falling leaf, so that is why I used the bow there. Alright, one of these monkeys has a key. I have to figure out which one. Is it the easy monkey? It is not the easy monkey. Okay. Is it the tedium monkey? The tedium monkey, by the way, is the one over there. And there's two of them. Lovely. Okay. Do either of you have my key? No. Okay. I did not see a key up there. Is there a key up there? There is not. Okay. Okay. So, none of those monkeys had my key. So, let's continue along the normal path. it's gotta be one of the monkeys over here. You are my key monkey. Alright, there we go. There's my key monkey. Alright. Takes care of that. Now we need to go this way. I mean, I don't actually need to go this way. I could technically go over there and come down that way, like it says, but you can actually get over here like 4 different ways. But there's a bauble and shop. And I'm capped on baubles again. Now, because I destroyed those bookcases, I can't actually get up to those 3 pots. I could destroy them with like a bomb or my nunchucks, but I can't actually get the items up there. Alright. Now we go back over here to the chest and head back up. Okay. Now, I'm hopeful I have gotten all of the baubles so far, and I'm hopeful that I actually do get all of the baubles in this area, because I have never actually gotten all of the baubles in this area. It is weird. I have tried to do it repeatedly. Probably, I don't know, about 6 times this year, and I'm not even going to begin to guess how many in previous years. But I have never successfully, dang it, gotten all of the baubles in this area. It is literally the last thing I need to do to finish all of the World 1 achievements for Super Adventure Box. Now, the reason I dropped that mushroom down is literally because I did not expect to make that without falling, and that mushroom lets me get back up here without having to kill myself, assuming I don't suck. Which is semi-debatable. There are days that I really suck at playing games. Cool. Okay. Now we are going to go back intentionally. If you hit the turtles, they just turn over and turn into platforms. They don't actually die. You can't kill the turtles. Okay. There. Alright, this is where the ooze is. And apparently a bunny. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to head back over this way. And this one is actually not very difficult. The hardest part is just making those jumps there. And then you're good, because he's right here. Also, screw that monkey. Oh, hey, key monkey. Sweet. Okay. Well, since I have the key, let's... I may die here. So that's swiftness. Okay, the chest is up that way, by the way. I am going to actually do something different and come back this way and kill this frog. And I'm going to work my way backwards. Very carefully, I might add, because I don't want to die, because I don't want this key to end up stuck in poison swampland or something. So this way, it is now back with me up here. Okay. Now we can continue on our pathing. And go murder the murder monkey. Okay. Now, there is stuff down below us that I am going to be ignoring for a bit. I was invisible and disagree, game. But fine. The key is at least where I want it. So that is nice. Alright, so we are going to drop down here to drop this mushroom so we can get back up. Then we are going to come down here, grab these 12 baubles. I should have come down here and grabbed that food, but I didn't. Alright. And then we're going to jump down here and go over to this shop. And then we're going to do the same thing we did before and torch this guy's rug and then blow up his floor. Because reasons. And then we're gonna climb into this alligator's stomach. Okay. Now, why she has a fancy furniture coin shop inside an alligator's stomach, I don't know, but she does. So, it's a thing. It exists. You have to find it for an achievement. Now, however, we're going to come back over here to this mushroom I dropped down to go up here. And continue on our merry way. And kill this murder monkey. Okay, so we're going to leave the key there because it will be safe there, and we're going to come up here and do all of this stuff. Okay. Bobble, 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 bobble. All the baubles. Dig spot. Now, you'll notice it also says hidden room, and that goes that way. So, I'm gonna die here because I am. I'm also going to ignore the normal pathing and come over this way. Because... whoops. Did not mean to fall there. The area I need to go to is over here. Now, this is a very tough area to get to. Like, I legitimately hate this area. Because if you miss your jumps, you're falling in poison water. And these jumps are not easy to make. I mean, as you can see, I can't even make this first jump. There we go. It literally took me 3 tries to make that jump. And now we are going to be platforming up mushrooms. Now, it wants you to go straight to the other mushroom, but I find getting over here is easier. Okay. Down there is the switch for the glitch. However, you can simply chuck a bomb and it will hit it. And the glitch chest is now active. Okay, that is everything here. It is all 10 baubles, hopefully. I don't think I missed any. Maybe I should go down and double check. I don't see any baubles. Don't see any up there either. I could go over that way. Yeah, I don't see any other baubles. Okay. So let's go down here. Yes, buddy. This is another one where you will get an item for the trade quest thing. And then you kind of just have to go back. There's really no way to actually get back on the correct path without coming back over here to this mushroom. That is the fastest way. I mean, obviously you could GG and kill yourself too, but what are you doing, buddy? Yeah, no, don't turn off the computer. I love my kids, but they can be a pain in my ass. Okay. Well, since I'm over here, let's take a look down this way, because I've never actually went down this way. What is this? Okay. That's interesting, but not helpful, as it doesn't really get me anywhere. doesn't really do me any good. Because that doesn't have any baubles. Okay. Okay, didn't miss any there. Went over to that one last time. Over to both of those. That's why I say the other one's easier to get to first. So we went to both of those. There aren't any baubles over there on the way to the glitch. There's nothing down here. Already got that one. If you're curious about it, the actual path to the glitch is here. And then you just hit the glitch here. And that takes care of the glitch. Okay, so nothing there. Nothing over there. There's nothing here. It's not burning his carpet and bombing the floor, is it? Whoops. How if I click on the right bomb? There isn't... Yeah, there's no secret thing in here or anything. No hidden baubles in the plants. Back here, no. I definitely missed a bauble somewhere. It's the only reason it wouldn't have given it to me. to die. Okay. Alright. This time, let's backtrack without taking the damage. Or let's just, you know, take a shit ton of damage and roll with it. Why not? Just go up this way. Okay, this leads over to the store where there was a 5 bauble that I already picked up. That sucked. Didn't miss one over here, did I? No. Don't see any missed baubles. Okay. Um. Yeah. I don't know why this one's not a. I'm saying done. Okay. I'm super unsure on what I'm missing. The enemies shouldn't count, so not killing the enemies shouldn't be a problem. Whoops. Okay, this is back at the beginning. If I missed anything over there, there is 0 ways to get back. So, only thing I can think of is I missed one in the maze or something. Okay, none there. I mean, I know there's frogs over here, but there shouldn't be any baubles. And I don't think there's any hidden rooms or anything. That's where the power-up is. Nothing over here. That's the honeycomb and the queen bee. Nothing here. No. There's a frog I missed, but there's no baubles down there. And There's that dig spot that I already did. Checking it, miss anything up here. Doesn't look like it. Okay. I missed one here somewhere. Nothing there. Nothing there. Got this one. I got the one over there. But let's jump back over and go back up to the higher level just to check around up here, I guess. Nope, nothing. Nowhere else I can go. So... down. I can go down, apparently. Nothing over there. Didn't miss any down there. This is gonna drive me frickin' batty. There is absolutely nothing. Is it because I have the glitch active? I've never known that to interfere with anything, though. Let's go back over here to the store, or fall, sure, whatever. I seriously feel like I'm gonna have to like follow a YouTube video or something on this. Nothing there. Nothing there. There's seriously nothing here. So, it's either at the very beginning or the very end, because I know I've gotten the bauble achievements in Area 1 and 2. Okay, well, there's a bauble. Still no achievement, though. Well, I found one bauble that I missed. This is dumb, but Okay. I felt it was worth it. Didn't miss any down there, did I? No, doesn't look like it. Didn't miss some on these mushrooms. Nope. Some hidden down here somewhere. No. Didn't miss any down there. Not that I can see anyways. Okay. Well, I found one, but oh, there we go. Cool. She does say I found them all now. Weird that the achievement hasn't popped up. Okay, now I'm gonna let him kill me. Now, what I'm actually trying to do here is kill all of the frogs. Which is not necessarily the easiest thing in the world to do. I don't think I can bow them from here either. Yeah, I'm at the wrong level to hit any of them with the bow. If you actually get up there, you can actually get over to them that way. But alright, let's just finish this out. I was gonna try and show off killing all the frogs, but I've spent enough time here screwing around, plus resets in like 10 minutes. There we go. There's my achievements. Finally. Alright. As promised, one destroyed cart. Okay, since the skin's unlocked, I don't actually care about that. Do I want to try and knock those out? Um, 15 resources. Let's see. Got about 4 or 5 minutes before reset. This will tell me where. Timberline Falls, Echo Wilds, and Tusk. Okay, so none in the Crystal Desert. Bummer. I don't think I can do it anyways. I think it'd take me too long to get the 10 enemies. Because I've only got 1 minute. So I might as well just claim that and check and see how my weeklies are doing. Okay. Terrible, because I have not completed any of them. Okay. Okay. That is wonderful. Alright. What are the dailies today? That is not the dailies I want to look at. Renowned Heart, Elite Enemy, 3 combo skills, Vista in the Horn of Maguma. Okay, that's fine. Horn of Maguma. This waypoint will work. Okay. Takes care of that. Renowned Heart. Where do I want to go for that? Let's go to Lowland Shores. I still need to complete a couple of Janthia repeatables. Alright, let's... go over here. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There. Cleared that. They're at champion level, not an elite. And not a legendary, so don't care. Didn't register that one. Wait. Usually I can get them just by running by. There we go. Yeah, see? Usually I can get it just by mashing the F button as I run by. There we go. Not my fastest time, but still not bad. Not that I really need the experience for anything. Okay. Should be able to get this with one more. Maybe 1.5. I might have to start smelting a third one, but I shouldn't have to finish it. Oh, no, I should be good. Turning this in should be good. No? What? Are you kidding me? I literally have to, like, do one thing. Yeah. I literally didn't even need to smelt it. I literally had to stick it in the furnace. That's garbage. I mean, I'm gonna smelt it because I'm like that, but still. I mean, I'm not turning it into anything. I'm literally just throwing it in the ingot crate, but... Alright. Jeez, oh Pete. The fact that I'm literally hitting for like 5 to 6 grand repeatedly and it's doing like nothing. I mean, like, I am sitting here doing thousands. This thing has such a ridiculous amount of health. Jeez, Pete's. Swear I've seen legendary class bosses with lower health than that thing. Alright. There's enough people here. You want to spawn an elite veteran? Or an elite river drake, I mean? Elite veteran, yeah, that's redundant. Okay, well, there's clearly plenty of people for this one. Also, I apparently defeated an elite enemy at some point. Which is cool, I guess, but whatever. I mean, there's still also the fact that with my auto attack only, I've probably done like 120,000 damage to this thing. There we go. Alright, that takes care of all that. I should have all of these. Yep. Don't need any of those right now. Don't need any of those right now. I mean, I could use these, but there's other stuff I want to use this stuff for. How many of those do I have anyways? 20. I need 25 as far as I know. Okay, let's jump back over here. Because I need to work on re-upping my expertise because I let it lapse. Alright, Warclaw. Do I feel like doing this heart? Not really. There, that takes care of that. Okay, when purchased, gain a stack mode. Increase duration by 4 hours up to a maximum of 24 hours. If purchased at max stack, only a 4-hour duration will be added. Each stack gives additive bonuses will enchant the air. Oh, okay. So they changed it to just. That's why it was. Okay. Okay, so they changed it. So each one only. So if you buy one after maxing it out, it only adds 4 hours. It doesn't reset the timer to 24 like it used to. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Um. Uh. I think I'm going to end it there. I'm starting to get a little tired. There's also my guild missions. Our strike missions start in about half an hour, and I don't like streaming when I'm working with other people because one, we use Discord, and two, I don't want to be streaming them without their permission. So, I will see everyone at the next stream. I most likely won't be drinking. Um, but, I'll probably try and do at least one more stream before Super Adventure Box ends, so I can show off World 3 as well as, World 2 in normal mode. So I will see everyone next time, and have a good night.